Alright, let's get a mic check. Okay, mic check is good. I'm just gonna double check my sound settings. I'm gonna up that a little bit so that should actually be easier for y'all to hear me. Okay, and I figure while I give people an opportunity to log in to check things out, I'm gonna actually get logged on to Final Fantasy. Alright, I've given everyone a minute, so ladies, gentlemen, and those of us who know better, welcome again to my stream. It is a Monday evening. Say afternoon. No, it's evening. And as the title shows you, we're going to be continuing Final Fantasy XIV, and I will be actually starting the Stormblood storyline here. So, yeah. Let's get shit going. I also went and leveled up Machinist some so I can do the next quest of that. Make sure I got all my stuff set up properly. Okay. Let's go pick up our Machinist quest. Greetings, Tyrion. Your training proceeds apace, I trust. Stay a while, and we can discuss our strategy for the tourney. It would appear everyone is present, even our dear instructor, so let us delve into the particulars of the upcoming contest. Now, the degree of favor the Holy See bestows is much influenced by the outcome of the tourney, and thus do the nobles enter only their most able champions. I assume that Tettlegrinch, in his small-minded maliciousness, seeks to humiliate us before the adjudicators, and thereby convince the Holy See to cease the flow of funds to the manufactory. I don't understand, my lordship. Most Ishgardians ain't hardly aware that machinists exist. Why have we so grabbed Lord Tettlegrinch's attention? I suppose he's likely noticed that your firearm can kill a man with naught but your dainty little finger on the trigger. 'Tis the same reason there's laws in Limsa what prevent any old drunken whoreson from carrying a musket. In Ishgard's hierarchy ain't exactly fair and measured, now is it? If you arm the lowest folk on the ladder with weapons like ours, then you can be sure as the tide that their barrels will soon be pointed towards them overprivileged bastards what stand at the top. But, as you say, most of the nobles don't seem to understand the threat what an army of machinists could pose. This Tettlegrinch bloke is a step ahead, I'll give him that much. Aye, he's a despicable fellow, but also uncommonly clever. Even so, he has failed to arrive at the most obvious conclusion. A well-trained and well-armed populace would strengthen Ishgard's defenses tenfold. And if we are to convince the Holy See of that fact, then we must claim victory at the tourney. You got something special in mind, then? I have been considering several strategies, but to practice them here in plain view of our adversaries would void their effectiveness. We must needs look farther afield for a suitable location to train. Bloodshore and Eastern Lenosha ought to do the trick. I'll secure us a place where we can shoot to our heart's content. Joy, pray make preparations for the journey, after you have attended to your duties at the manor, of course. As for you, Tyrion, I would have you test another of my innovations. Remain behind, and I shall make some adjustments to your Ethero-transformer. Forgive my duplicity, Tyrion. That talk of adjustments was merely an excuse so that we might speak alone. Now, you heard me boast to my father that machinist companies could soon form the backbone of our defense. That was something of an exaggeration. When it comes to gigantic dragons, one may as well be firing at the side of a barbican. In the tourney, however, the lesser size of our opponents will work against us. It requires intensive training to consistently track and score hits against targets that are both small and agile. And as there is but little time left before the contest, our victory will depend largely upon your skilled contribution. If Joy is able to display even a fraction of your battle savvy, then the reputation of the machinist will flourish. Thus, I need you to attend our practice with undivided focus, and provide a shining example to which she might aspire. Simple enough. Once Joy has completed her tasks at the manor, we can be off to Bloodshore. I wonder what could be keeping her. A trip to the market to restock the larder or some such? Alright, so find Joy in the pillars. Whee! Let me make sure all my gears... Yep. The pillars. Jeweled Crozier. Ooh, I got a message. There she is. What the hell accent was that? Oh yeah, Irish. Oh, hello, Tyrion. You must be eager to get some practice before the big contest. I'll be ready to go just as soon as I've hauled me shopping to the manor. If I'm to continue me machinist training, I can't be shirking me other chores. I made a promise to the count. But I won't keep you waiting much longer. I'll run to the manor with what I've got and come back for the big sack afterwards. Oh, that's very kind of you, Tyrion, but I'm stronger than I look. Maybe you could just keep an eye on this sack until I get back. Shouldn't take too long. Pick up the heavy stack and follow. It's one of those, I know you can do this. However, we need to fucking get started. Tyrion, what are you doing here? Who's watching the other sack? Ah, lending a hand to young Joy here, are you? Very good. This was the last of her tasks for the day, so she is free to assist Stefanivian in his work. Pray, return to your tourney preparations. Thank you, Tyrion. I appreciate you helping me, of course, but I appreciate you helping his lordship even more. The Count was against me becoming a machinist. He knew that me dad's too feeble to work, though, and was kind enough to let me keep me place on the manor staff. My family would be on the street if it weren't for this job, and I can't thank him enough. Sometimes it don't feel right that I repay him by spending half my time at the manufactory. But maybe now that Maybe now that you're around for Stefanivian, his lordship won't need me to be a machinist no more. Yeah, but winning the tourney will repay the Count's kindness. I never thought of it that way. Well, we should be getting ourselves to Bloodshore. Bloodshore. Oh. Pointing a finger. I need a camera that goes, further so you can see what my hand is doing when I'm doing the random pointing and shit. Because, well, otherwise it looks sus as fuck. Alright. Bloodshore. That would be Costa del Sol. Or Wineport. Costa del Sol. Right, let's begin, shall we? Our objective shall be to explore the most effective methods of countering our nightly opponents. I about said components. But yes, nightly opponents. So I realized that one of my thingies wasn't set up properly. If a knight cannot reach you, he cannot hurt you. Thus, we shall concentrate on those machinist skills that hinder movement. I have prepared a crate of aromatic meats said to be irresistible to giant crabs. For the purpose of this exercise, imagine the shell-covered creatures lured by its scent to be enemy knights, and form tactics to prevent their advance. Should the box be broken open, that will signal your defeat. Let's see what strategies you can devise for us. Tyrion? At ease, machinists. Let's call it a day. They only hit the box once. Rosenthal. Wait, what is that thing? Let's cut the scent of blood. Reload. Take it down, mates. That last fellow was rather unexpected, but you handled him nonetheless. Well done. Your performance has prompted my prospectometer and inspired me with entirely new strategies. If I may, my lordship, seeing how well Tyrion has come along, maybe you don't need me in the tourney no more. Whatever could make you think that, my dear? I need you now more than ever. The sight of you, a commoner with scant battle experience, sending seasoned knights stumbling and sprawling, will open the eyes of the Holy See. Why, you shall be the bullet that pierces their tradition-bound hearts. Farewell, my lordship. I'll do my best in the name of House Helenart for both you and the Count. That's the spirit. Now, I must return to the workshop. Alright, back to Foundation. Turn this in, and then we will go back to Mordona and turn in that final quest from Highwind? No, fuck. Whatever the hell the damn previous expansion was called, because my brain just completely blanked on it. Fine showing out there, Tyrion. Joy's lack of enthusiasm troubles me somewhat, but I'm sure that the moment her hand closes about her stock, she'll be as ferocious as ever. Alright. Mordona. You may have mentioned, but Alphino has apprised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Lys has chosen her path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Girabania, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom, but indolence, correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect do you. Quick march. The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution. It is almost time, Father. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. Very well, Ilberd. I will take our homeland back. For the both of us. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Baelsar's wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown Icon continues, though both yet elude us. My lord, their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend. Your will be done. Unknown. My spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu, and that it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. Dun dun dun! At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood.
The question is, how will the Empire respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal? Oh, I didn't see you there. Forgive me. Word from Baelsar's wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray to grim places.
Alphino, a message from the Alliance.
It's about time. Pray summon the others at once.
Yes, sir.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly. And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lise. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea. However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, Lise's, given her personal connection to the Resistance. Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
Of course I am. You know I'd like nothing more.
As for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had in mind to volunteer myself.
Well, that covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available?
Hell yeah, I'm available.
Thanks. It means a lot knowing you'll be there.
I too shall accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers.
Good point. Allow me to offer my services as well.
I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things. I trust you have no objections?
None, my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is, there are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
It is settled then. Let us each see to our preparations. Ready, my friend? Well then. Tataru, I leave the rising stones in your capable hands.
Don't worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
Mistress Y'shtola has unfolded all. You are bound for Gyr Abania?
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamigan resistance as soon as possible.
It begins then. As soon it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now. I am sorry that we shall not be present to fight beside you in the battles to come.
Still say she should have an Asian accent. They went ahead and they gave the samurai standing right next to her, you know, at least a bit of an Asian accent. She should have at least gotten something.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Yugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land as refugees in search of sanctuary. Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you not extended to us the hand of friendship. We will never forget. This I solemnly swear.
Much has changed since first you set foot on these shores. Revenant's toll stands as a testament to that. I'm sure your people will manage in your absence.
Indeed. They have built a new home for themselves and no longer need me to shepherd them. The time has come for Kozetsu and I to return to our master, to our home.
She says Gosetsu with the proper accent. Why not everything?
I know how you feel. It's time I went home too.
Though our battlefields be 1,000 miles apart, our purpose is one. That all men hearken to the clarion call of freedom, of liberation, from Eorzea to the far east, that they may rise up and cast down the curse of Garlemald.
Take care, you hear me? When all of this is over, we're going to celebrate, together. Just you wait.
I should like that very much. Fare you well.
Like I said, his is slight bit of an accent in there. His. A 1,000 miles apart, yet united in purpose. Let us pray both our endeavors meet with success. Shall we then? Wait, not just yet. I knew I'd forgotten something important. Lise, could you come with me? Me? What now? Alright then, if you insist. I'm betting she gets a new outfit. Mm-hmm. Hey, what do you think? As you can see, I designed it to be light and loose, an outfit tailor-made to the needs of a skilled fighter like Lise. Your work never ceases to impress. Much more of this, and I may have to stop introducing you as the Scion's receptionist and start referring to you as our preeminent seamstress. It's lovely, Tataru. Thank you. I feel like I could take on a legion. I'm glad you like it, and with that, I'll delay you no longer. Safe travels. Then onward to Garabania. Our first stop will be at Amaruse's Spire in the East Shroud. Alright. All are present and accounted for. When you are ready, my friend, pray inform the officer that we wish to proceed into Garabania. Ah, Scions of the Seventh Dawn. We were told to expect you. Shall I summon someone to escort you to the wall? Yes, please.
I remember crossing the border, standing in Girabania once more. Me and my fellow scions, the warrior of light among us. Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other. Tyranny and the promise of a new beginning. But one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
Greetings, Scions. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, I welcome you to Castrum Oriens. Thank you, General. We were relieved to hear that your forces secured the wall without incident. Have the Imperials made any attempts to retake the Castrum since then? None, save for a few skirmishes between our scouts and their patrols. We've had barely any contact with them. But we all know it's only a matter of time before things escalate. As if attacking Baelsar's wall weren't enough, Ilberd summoned a primal right on their doorstep, and Garlemald does not like to let such shows of defiance go unanswered. 'Twas a declaration of war, even if it was not Ilberd's to make, and now we are bound by it, for weal or for woe. The Scions stand ready to serve, General. What would you ask of us? As stated in my message, the Alliance will not proceed without the support and cooperation of the Alamecan people. We would have you serve as our emissaries and make contact with the Resistance. Consider it done, General. We won't let you down, I swear. Then I'll leave you to it. Godspeed. Ha! Of all the Castor in the world, you walk into mine. Master Garland, what brings you here? A certain missing elegant weapon and a draconic primal. Omega and Shinryu, I think the shinobi called it. Anyway, we've been studying their trail of destruction, hoping it might lead us somewhere, which it has singularly failed to do. Singularly. When you say singularly fast, it sounds like you're just kind of drunk. Singularly. I mean, am I wrong? Singularly. Then 'tis like Omega fell to earth in occupied territory, meaning it may already be in Imperial hands. Even so, it bears repeating that we engaged the stasis systems. Assuming the command was received and executed successfully, the weapon will be of no use to them. Assuming. We should hurry up and find it regardless. All the more reason to reach out to the Resistance. If we want to press on into Girabania, we'll need their blessing. Everyone's counting on us. Let's not waste any more time talking. Suppose I should decide, what class do I want to go through as? As my primary class going through. Hey Tori, you watching? I guess not. Gunbreaker would make life easy just because of being a tank and, you know, having the more survivability, as well as when it comes to queuing up for the dungeons, get, you know, as close to an instant pop as you can get. However, a Draginja, because it really would be a combination of both Dragoon and Ninja for what Tyrion really is. As well as Red Mage, because you've got combination magic and attacking. Because for now, I will stick with Dragoon, and then I'll flip coins at some point, or roll dice or whatnot. Actually, what the fuck, why not? Let me... Dice roller. Okay, I have Gunbreaker, Dragoon, Ninja, Red Mage. Or I could level up and work on Black Mage or Machinist. So total of 6, but nah, he's not really, as much as, you know, he plays with the boomsticks and stuff, he's not really a Black Mage as much, nor is he really much of a Machinist. Let's go ahead and stick with the classes that we've got. So D4. Oh, okay, so it's roll. Okay, 2's popped up twice. 2 has popped up 3 times now. What is 2? Dragoon. Alright. Yeah, it was going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, Dragoon it is. As you've probably heard, there are plenty of factions in the Resistance, so I'm taking us to see the one with the most influence. Oh, sorry, I forgot to put all of my pages and stuff back to how they were. Their headquarters are located in a place called Ralger's Reach, an old temple to the east of here, across the Veladina River. I learned a route that should allow us to avoid Imperial patrols. Stick with me, and we'll be there before you know it. Alright, let's go ahead and talk to the Chocobo Keep. Alright, they know our position. Oh, that reminds me. Still with me? Good. From here we'll head northeast towards the river. The water's not too deep, so we won't have to swim. Yeah, but I'm going to be... There it is. 'Cause, 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 dun 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 dun. I'm gonna be getting this. $662 yams east. That's quite a ways away. That is a big ass wasp. Wrong button. I don't see any soldiers. Good, let's cross. You wondering about the tower to the south? It's part of Castellum Velladina. It's what the Imperials decided to call the old bridge after they fortified it. I call it a great big eyesore. Honestly, you can see that rotten banner from absolutely miles away. They never miss a chance to rub our noses in it, do they? Come on, we should keep moving. You have to think about just how fucking huge that flag has to be. Like, seriously. Like, I would guess we're probably $500 or $600 yards away from the thing. And then guesstimate that to be about a 30-degree angle. I guess that'd be about 25. So that would be 500. Sorry, been a while since I did trigonometry. All right. Right. This is gonna bug me. Should be about 300 yards high for the total of that. So, just my own little math guesstimation with a little bit of actual trig involved. It's about 60 yards high for that flag. That is how tall the damn thing is, or long, or whatever. Love it when they put the ether currents directly in the path. Due south. Quite a ways. We're here. On the other side of this pass is Frogger's Reach. So you say, but all I see are rocks. I presume there is some sort of trick to this. Indeed, a glamour. Good eye, Stola. I take it they have a talented mage in their ranks, or mayhap an artificer trained in the modification of glamour prisms? Something like that. The important thing is that it fools the Garleans. Oh, before we go in, I don't know if Sataru told you, but my friend Nago, the messenger who came to the Rising Stones, is a member of this faction. So they know us, and they shouldn't attack us on sight. That said, they can be a bit jumpy, so let me lead the way, and don't go reaching for your weapons or anything. And with a sprinkle of demasking dust, all is laid bare.
I remember the old stories, how the Breaker of Worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Ralga's Reach, a holy place, and a fitting home for the Resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo. They were waiting for us there, men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost, for what could be ours again.
You'll forgive us our precautions, but we couldn't be sure who had crossed the barrier. We see you now for who you are, though, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Now, I know you would not have come all this way unless you had something important to discuss, and I'm eager to hear what it is you have to say. But let's not do this on our doorstep, eh? Come with me.
Allow me to welcome you once more to Ralga's Reach, our humble headquarters. My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, as are my comrades. Before I speak of our purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Ida, forgive me, Lys, and Papalymo at great risk to yourselves.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. 'Twas the least we could do.
I wanted to, I mean, about the mask and...
Ah, don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense. My condolences for your loss, child.
Papalymo laid down his life to save us, to give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves. There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands. But we have to take the lead on this. We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
More than a few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Monago told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, by Rolger it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
That is why we are here today, sir, to see that some good comes of this tragedy. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that. So that's the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones. My comrades and I must confer on your proposal. A moment, if you please.
Of course, Master Kemp. Take all the time you require.
So it would seem we find ourselves with the surfeit of free time. Forgive me. You're free to look around Ralga's Reach. In fact, I would encourage you to do so. It'll give you a better grasp of our current circumstances. Thank you, Master Kemp. I believe we will do just that. Let us make the most of this opportunity and assess the Resistance's capabilities. Free to poke our noses wheresoever we will, eh? I like the sound of that. Well, I already know this place inside out. I can show you around if you like, Tyrion. Great, let's get started. I'll bet you think the Resistance is mostly made up of Alamegan Highlanders like me, but the truth is that we don't even count for half. We've got Hellsguard from all the way over by the Spine in here, and plenty of Seekers of the Sun like Nago. There's even some beastmen. Well, beast women, I suppose, like that one over there. She's an Ananta. They've been with us for a while now. Well, one of the smaller factions has. The rest won't have anything to do with us. We're no different from the Garleans to them. They keep to themselves, spending all their time crafting. Ananta makes the most amazing jewelry, by the way. They use magics to twist metals and shapes and crystal into shapes you wouldn't believe. It's a pity people hardly ever get to see their work. But then, most don't even know they exist. That's enough about them, anyway. Let's take a closer look at the statue of Rhalgr, shall we? Talk to the Chocobo Key. Pretty awe-inspiring, isn't it? The Breaker of Worlds, who guided our ancestors to these lands all those centuries ago. Ida used to tell me the story on stormy nights. She wanted me to understand, to remember. At the end of the 5th Astral Era, when the waters rose higher and higher, people all across Eorzea beseeched the heavens for a sign. And lo, a burning star appeared in the eastern sky and led the way to these mountains of Girabania. They who were saved by his grace pledged to honor and revere him, to devote themselves to great works without and within. A storm of blood approaches fast, hells open, heavens weep, for no one soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. The last part was inscribed on this stone by a monk of the Fist of Rhalgr. Ida explained it to me. A day will come, bringing strife and sorrow that none may escape. Waste not these precious hours, but in quiet preparation make strong the body and mind. I don't know if that storm of blood is finally upon us, but if it is, I have to believe that everything we've been through, everything that has led to this point, will see us through in the end. Ah, sorry, that was all a bit melodramatic, wasn't it? Let's keep moving, shall we? Off to the infirmary. This is the infirmary, as you can probably tell. Here's where the resistance healers patch up the wounded and tend to the sick. No matter how carefully we planned our operations, casualties were inevitable. It's a sad thing to think about, but it's also important to remember the cost, as Conrad would say. We should go. I'll show you the Aetheryte Plaza next. When you've seen one Aetheryte, you've seen them all, right? Not quite. This one's an older design, dating back decades to when the Fist of Rhalgr was still here. It may look a little different, but it works just as well as any other. I'll show you where the sutlers are next, but don't forget to attune to the Aetheryte before we go. Arms, armor, potions, you name it. These folks have got it. The Resistance would be in a bad way without brave merchants to keep it provisioned. If you're short on anything, or you need something repaired, these are the people to speak to. Oh, Alpino and Alize are here. Why don't we see how they're getting on? Alright, I've already got a 255 for Ninja. Guess I'll get materia. Come to take a measure of our friendly neighborhood merchants. They're a bold lot, that much is plain. If the Imperials found out they were peddling their wares to the Resistance, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. 'Tis a gamble, aye, and I admire their courage, but their motives could hardly be said to be altruistic. Ah, here you are. I've been looking all over for you. We have finished discussing your proposal, and we're ready to receive you all back at the tent. I have sent someone to fetch Ishtola and Kryl, so if you'd like to follow me... Dun, dun.
Thank you all for waiting. We have reached a consensus. I, Conrad Kemp, do hereby accept the Eorzean Alliance's proposal. You must understand, however, that our cooperation comes with certain caveats.
Those caveats being...
I take no joy in this, just so you know. Were it within my power, I'd offer you more assistance. But the Resistance is far more fragmented than you realize. The men and women in my care belong to but one of many factions. Simply put, I can only speak for the people of Rolga's Reach. Now, I have every intention of appealing to the others, and I expect many will agree. But it will take time, and I cannot guarantee universal support.
Understood. I shall see that the Alliance is under no misapprehensions as to your position.
Much obliged. But that's not the whole of it. As you can imagine, the loss of those who cast their lot with the Griffin left us short on numbers. Some of our most trusted veterans died at the wall, and we've had to fill their posts with the young and inexperienced. Frankly, everything's in a right bloody mess.
Oh, we'd be more than happy to help you get back on your feet. If we're going to work together, we'll be doing ourselves a favor.
Well, there's no shortage of work to be done, that's for sure. We're in dire need of new blood, too.
Ishtola and I could lend a hand in the infirmary. From what I saw, they could do with a few more healers.
Very well. I, for my part, shall return to the Rising Stones. I'm certain there are others among the Scions who would welcome the opportunity to fight for Alamegan liberation.
Is there anything else we can do to help?
I had something else in mind for you, Lot. Monargo and Mefred will tell you more.
Understood. We won't let you down.
Right then, Monargo and Mefred are to be our keepers. Knowing not of what they require, one task is as good as the other. Make your choice, Tyrion. $240. $255. Alright. Your ether compass may now be used to locate ether currents in new regions. Yada yada. Before we begin, I'd like to thank you and the Scions again for patching me up after I bled all over your floor. I owe you my life, and I won't forget that. Furthermore, it was rude of me to run off without saying a word. It's all well and good, me claiming my duties here couldn't wait, but parting thank you was the very least you deserved. My apologies. Oh, nothing to it. No problems. And thank you. Now to business. Commander Kempson trusted me with a formal reply to be hand-delivered to the Alliance leadership. It covers everything we discussed, as well as detailing the disposition of our forces. What I need is an escort, 1 or 2 men at most, so we can make it to the wall safely and without attracting undue attention. Very well. I shall join you in this. General Alden commands the forces at Castor Morians. It should be simple enough to see it into his hands. Great. That's just what I wanted to hear. When you're ready to depart, meet me at the paths leading out to the Reach, or out of the Reach. At the risk of repeating myself, it's still hard for me to believe that we'd meet again here, of all places. Though I reckon you probably don't remember me after all this time, eh? Of course I remember you. Even if Tyrion doesn't remember you, that would be his reaction. Just, of course I remember you. You're, Bob, right? I'm impressed. Given everything you went on to accomplish, you'd be forgiven for forgetting all about your time in Quarry Mill. Suffice it to say, we didn't forget about you either, nor the lives you saved. As for me, I went to Little Alamigo while Galleon was recovering. Gundabald was my former commander and an old friend, and I had a lot on my mind. In the end, I decided to disband our unit. I told the men to live their lives as they saw fit. Some chose to remain in Little Alamigo and others went to Ul'dah for work. But as you can see, I chose to come back to Girabanya and join Conrad and the others. I've kept busy since then. ferrying people and provisions across the border and back. It's not been easy, but it's been fulfilling. Today, however, we'll be heading east into the peaks. Conrad thinks we might have luck finding new recruits in the village of Alagana.
Alagana? If you're going there, you're taking me with you.
Ah, that's right. You're from Alagana, aren't you, Lise? By all means, we welcome the company. There'll be more to it than just asking around, but we can talk about it on the way. Make your preparations and meet me by the tunnel to the peaks. That there's a sightseeing log, unless I'm mistaken. Do you perchance know a woman named Millith?
Uh-huh, I know Millith.
Ha! What are the odds? Millith is my niece, lest you wonder, and she has told me much more about you in her letters. Ah, but where are my manners? Ulgar Ironheart, at your service. I'm an explorer like most of the clan, and my niece bade me share with you such knowledge I have accumulated here. Here, lend me your log. Let's see now. Definitely there, and there, and there, and there. Yes, that ought to suffice. My explorations have taken me far and wide, but dearest to my heart are the regions of Alamigo, beauteous in their ruggedness, and lands of the Far East, glorious in their diversity. There are many wondrous sights to be seen in these places, and I've written down the directions to them. Some will prove more difficult to reach than others, but if you're even half as resourceful as Mills says you are, I'm confident that you will find them, or you will find them all. And with that, I shall leave you to resume your adventures. Go forth, my friend, and take in such breathtaking vistas as even my father, the great Rodard Ironheart, could not see in his lifetime. Sightseeing log expanded. Which includes some places in here. Such as up there. Whew. Didn't think I was going to make that for a moment. Set at the feet of the Destroyer, this monument enshrines the stone words of a high priest of the Fist of Rhalgr. A storm of blood approaches fast, hell's open heavens weep, for no one soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. Yeah, that one. This one is easy. It's quick and easy to reach compared to one of the ones in the Far East. Got everything you need? Good. Then let us be off. We're off like a thundering herd of turtles through a sea of peanut butter. Don't mind me. Time for meds. Quiet. Hear that? That was a ceruleum engine backfiring. Imperials! Ye gods, you have preternatural senses. I didn't hear a thing. When you grow up hunting in these lands, you learn to discern the sounds that could mean life and death, be they of a predator or a patrol. From what I'm hearing, we have a 7-man patrol augmented with a single Magitech armor. Wide search pattern, divided into 3 teams. I don't think they know we're here. It's risky, but we should split up and try to take them all by surprise at the same time. We don't want them calling reinforcements. 3 teams, 3 of us. Nothing for it then. Where are they? Head north. You should see them long before they see you. I'll deal with the ones to the south. The armor should be just to the west. Tyrion's best equipped to deal with that. We attack in 5. That should be enough time to get into position. Rendezvous on the east bank after. Any questions? No? Then good luck. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Looks like everything went to plan. Not that I'm surprised. The 3 soldiers I faced didn't put up much of a fight. Most of the Imperials we get out here are conscripts from other provinces, with little training and even less conviction. It's grim work, killing men and women like that, but don't doubt that they'd do the same to you if the roles were reversed. And don't you dare pity a man in armor. Conscript or no, a soldier piloting one of those can kill a dozen good men in the blink of an eye. Not that I need to tell you that after what happened at the wall. Let's see. Do need something better for rogue, so yeah. Ninja. Right. I believe we've rested long enough. We should resume our journey before someone notices their missing patrol. We're clear. Only Alliance patrols ahead. You said the forces at Castrum Oriens were under the command of Flame General Raubana Alden, did you not? By Rhalgr, the Bull of Alamigo himself. I never dreamed I'd have a chance to meet the legend.
It is good to see you again, my friends. I hope you are here to tell me you have made contact with the Resistance.
We are, General. Allow me to introduce Monago of Rhalgr's Reach.
At your service, sir. And may I say what an absolute honor it is to stand before the Bull of Alamigo.
These are not the Blood Sands, girl. You and I are but soldiers on a battlefield fighting for the same cause.
As you say, General. On behalf of Commander Kemp of the Alamigan Resistance, I present to you our formal response.
Good. I'm glad we've reached an accord. Though I was not aware you had suffered such losses.
Aye. Some of our finest took part in the Griffin's doomed assault, and we've been struggling to find new recruits ever since. The massacres cast a pall over the whole Resistance, and many who might once have been open to joining us have since thought better of it.
After all of the Griffin's false promises, one can hardly blame them. They have no desire to give their lives for a lost cause.
We will not lie to them. This is war, and lives will be lost. Yet what we offer is not the fever dream of a madman, but true hope.
The people need proof of this, Father. Let us show it to them. I say we stand shoulder to shoulder with our new allies and engage the Garleans in open warfare. The Resistance must demonstrate that they can hold their own against Imperial regulars. And with our assistance, I am confident they can do just that. If we can achieve even a token victory, I believe it will serve to rekindle the hope of the Alamegan people and inspire them to rise up once more.
Aye. Aye. Once word spread that we'd won a battle against the Garleans, I'd wager we'd have new recruits flocking to us from malms around. The question is, when and where do we strike?
I'm glad you asked. I have a plan.
Our scouts recently informed me of an interesting development at Castellum Villadina, namely, the arrival of a shipment rumored to have come from the research and development facilities near the capital, containing prototype Magitech armor. It is our assessment that this armor is to be field tested here, most likely against Alliance forces, mayhap before the day is out. Damn it all! More Magitech weapons? That's the last thing we need. Your concern is not unwarranted, but we needn't despair just yet. The shipment is thought to have contained a single heavy unit and 1 or 2 support units. While with a well-laid ambush, we are confident we can destroy them all, hindering their development and delaying future deployment.
And should we carry this out as a joint endeavor with the Resistance, they will have their rallying cry.
It would mean dropping all pretense about the Alliance not wanting to go to war with the Empire, but you'd have a lot more folks willing to stand up and fight if they knew they weren't alone. And you were going to have to do it eventually anyway. Exactly. And so what I propose is simple. We harry their patrols to bait them into bringing their prototype weapons to East End, where our Resistance allies will take them from behind.
Simple, really, and well within our capabilities. I see no reason to delay, especially if a field test is imminent. What say you?
Assuming the Vice Marshal's intelligence is accurate, I agree with his assessment and fully support his plan. I shall notify my comrades at once. Understood. I shall have one of my men bring you the details of the plan anon. And we, for our part, will be fighting with the Alliance, yes? I somehow doubt you were intending to set this one out.
I already have one of those. Damn it. Oh well, still got the headpiece. We've been careful to avoid needless shows of force this side of the wall, but that's all about to change, and when it does, you may be sure they'll send their new toys out to entertain us. I would ask you to participate in this operation, but from that look I see it as a foregone conclusion. My thanks.
per Pippin's plan, we need to turn East End into an Imperial graveyard. You're a dab hand at this, and I'd be a fool not to use you. Head to this spot on your map, right here. Aye. A patrol should be along shortly. Deal with them, then rendezvous with the rest of us at this location. Go well, Tyrion. Alright. Lieutenant Hillseeker, just the man I wanted to see. We've misplaced a number of Garlean drones taken from Baelsar's wall, and by misplaced, I mean the damn thing sprang to life and stormed out of the base. They need to be dealt with before any civilians come to harm. Being familiar with Magitech as you are, I can think of no one better to assist us. If you would be willing to help go and speak with Lieutenant Gnibbenfa. The fuck kind of name is Gnibbenfa? Anyways, she is overseeing the initiative to terminate the drones. Ah. Let's see, let's look at you. Let's give you... Lieutenant Hillseeker. Your assistance is greatly appreciated. The drones were not in our possession for very long, but a cursory inspection showed they are made with a heretofore unknown metal alloy. They are all but impervious to traditional firearms, which is why we commissioned Garland Ironworks to fashion a weapon capable of penetrating their armor. It has since been fitted to a suit of Magitech armor, which I would ask you to pilot. If I am not mistaken, this would not be the first time you've piloted one of these suits. It should take you no time then to familiarize yourself with the controls. Now, the drones were last sighted due east of here and to the north along the Veladina River. I fear recapturing them is out of the question, so do whatever you deem necessary to stop them. Woot! Alright, I got Magitech Pulse and Magitech Thunder. Ah, that just shoots. Okay. And done. Oh. I got more to destroy. Don't mind me. Alright, that is done. Ah, bless it. All went to plan. Good. Our scouts report that a unit escorting the prototype weapons has left Castellum Velodana. The resistance is already in position, so we have but to wait for our guests to arrive. Proceed.
Things looked grim for us after Cartano, didn't they? Oh, how they doubted us. Yet here we are, right as rain, with fancy new toys to put through their paces. It's like all my name days have come at once!
This fucker again.
Well, 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 if it isn't Garland's little troublemaker.
Oh, damn it. I can't wait to see the look on Xenos' face when I bring him your head.
Weapons here don't grind it into mush! Attack!
Get after them, damn you! Now I've gotcha!
First, I should probably work on this thing.
You'll be weeping blood! Tizona! As a raging bull!
He who fights and runs What the? Who in the hells are you lot? For al amigo, let none escape.
Oh! Damn it all! Miracles of Magitech design, my arse! I passed harder stools than these piles of scrap. You'll pay for this. Mark my words, the next time we meet will be the last.
Chicken shit. Pussy. Fucking love that part in Mr. and Mrs.
Run
Smith.
and tell your viceroy. The day belongs to El Amigo. Yeah!
Yeah!
Well done, all of you. I'd call this operation a resounding success. Can't say I'm surprised. The Bull of Al Amigo had an impressive military record before he went west, as I recall. Credit where it's due, Master Kemp. 'Twas Marshal Terrapin who made this plan, and all of you, Resistance and Alliance alike, who carried it out to perfection. Aye, that they did. Not a single casualty, for which I'm grateful beyond words. Excuse me. I've no doubt our comrades back at the Reach will feel the same. As will ours. It's been a pleasure, General. Until the next battle. Monago, I leave the Scions in your care. We shall return to the castrum then. Tyrion, Mistress Leveilleur, once more, you have my thanks. As Master Kemp said, until the next battle. I'd heard the stories, but to actually see you in action, I almost found myself pitying the Imperials. Seriously, though, it was inspirational. Ah, but you must be tired of hearing that, eh? I'll keep it simple then. Thanks for the help out there. Let's see. Nope. 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 Well, there's no reason to remain here any longer. Let's get back to the Reach. Welcome back. I take it the drones have been disposed of then? Excellent work. We were quite fortunate for your presence. Save for Lieutenant Gnibinfa. None of my men can even activate a suit of Magitech armor, let alone pilot one in combat. I only pray that isn't to our detriment in the future. There's still plenty more of those drones out there along Belsar's wall. If any more of them should suddenly stir, at any rate, we will continue working with Garland Ironworks so that should the day come, we will be ready. Friends through eternity. Forgot, I've got the level 60 missions for each of my classes. Ah, Tyrion. Word of Estinian's disappearance from the infirmary has reached mine ears. Whilst part of me is quite capable of sympathizing with his desire to abandon the Holy See, I do wish he said something on Ir's departure. But then, I suppose it is only to be expected. With Nidhogg slain, the Horde's ranks have fallen into disarray, and they're not the threat they once were. Ishgard has scant need of an Azure Dragoon. Suffice to say, one would imagine the role of the Dragoon shall similarly be forced to change as we enter this new era of relative peace. However, whilst you may have saved Estinian from the Great Worm, my mind is yet plagued by Hustian's internal strife. May Helone lend her the strength needed to shake free from the Dragonblood's fierce grip. You're looking quite well, Sir Alberic, and Master Tyrion. 'Tis a pleasure to see you too. Lord Montague, Tyrion and I were just speaking of your daughter. That daughter of mine is in fact why I sought you out. I was recently handed a letter by a merchant that had passed through the Chocobo Forest. If his word is to be believed, he was entrusted with this message by Hustian herself. The letter was a call for help. Master Tyrion, she bade you search for her. By the Fury, has she been set upon by heretics once more? Alas, there was no more information in her message. Oh, not a day goes by that I do not pray for her safe return. Tyrion? Sorry for all the yawns. Tyrion, I must ask that you take up your lance once more to aid your fellow Dragoon. Are you willing? Fucking of course I am. Thank you, Master Tyrion. Hoistian awaits you in the Dravanian Forelands. Please, help her with whatever she requests. Tyrion! So, the letter reached my father. I am sorry for having you journey so far just to meet me. As you well know, I cannot return to Ishgard in my current condition. That said, the Blood's hold on me is not as firm as it once was. This is largely thanks to a new ally of mine. His help has been invaluable in learning to control the dragon within. In fact, I have mind to introduce him to you. Ornkai, Tyrion has arrived. Oh, so cute! It is an honor to meet you, hero of men. Much have I heard of you from my father. He would often talk of the warrior that boasts the strength of a dragon. Ornkai has been a great friend ever since he first came across me suffering from the Blood's effects. I very much doubt I would be capable of standing here exchanging words with you if were it not for his help. I called you here in order to repay my debt to him. Ornkai, tell Tyrion what troubles you. Yes, thank you. Long before I came into this world, in the age when man and dragon were at peace, my father had a consort. But the Dragonsong War tore them asunder. Father belonged to Hraesvelgur's brood, as do I, but his consort was part of Nidhogg's. When Nidhogg demanded vengeance for the wrongs committed against him and Ratatoskar, Father asked his consort to fly far to the east. She bore no ill will towards man, and while she wanted nothing more than to stay by Father's side, she accepted his request and fled the conflict. However, your valiant actions have since put an end to the Dragonsong War. I am positive Father's consort will return if we inform her of the war's conclusion. Ornkai requests your aid to search for his father's consort and bring her back home. However, as she left Ravania some 1,000 summers past, locating her shall be far from an easy task. Under normal circumstances, I would help Ornkai myself, but while I am somewhat recovered, I am yet far from being in complete control. This is why I summoned you, Tyrion. Your knowledge of the realm is unparalleled. I beg of you, aid Ornkai in his search. Of course! You have my sincerest thanks, Tyrion. Thank you, Tyrion. I owe you a debt of gratitude once more. Regrettably, whilst we know she is somewhere to the east, we are entirely ignorant as to the consort's precise whereabouts. I would suggest you first try asking Sir Alberic about Dravanian legends, specifically those concerning dragons in the east. Pray report back to me once you have learned something you deem pertinent. Alright. I'd say not too shabby for just kind of picking a location and going in that direction. Got me pretty fucking close considering. Glad to see you safely returned. Were you able to locate Hoytstian? I see. She is correct to surmise that formidable dragons are oft made the subject of local legend. I shall discuss this with the congregation priest. I have known him to be quite an authority on Dravanian legends. Although to think that a dragoon once gripped by the sole desire to slay dragons should now wish to help one, 'tis a queer new world indeed that we inhabit, though not one I dislike. But that matters not. I shall seek out the priest at once and raise your query with him. Pray return anon, and I shall impart my findings unto you. Level 63. Aras and Arak. Whatever am I to do? Oh, Tyrion. As a shinobi, I am loath to admit this, but I did not see you come in. Truth be told, I've been somewhat distracted of late. Princess Yuki, it would seem, sent a letter to my village, praising us for our efforts on her behalf, thus revealing my story of an injury preventing me from making the journey home for the ruse that it was. But my shame is not that I have been summoned back to the village, but rather quite the opposite. Despite knowing that I am hale and hearty, my elders seem to be in no particular hurry to welcome me back into the fold. Should the time come when we have need of you in Doma, we shall summon for you. Until then, you are to remain at your post and do all in your power to aid our countrymen in Eorzea. Such were the words. Is this how far I have fallen? Am I as a falcon bereft of its claws? A dull braid tossed to the wayside by its master? For all I know, I have been all but exiled to this place. I am sorry, Tyrion. Heaven knows that you did not come here to listen to my griping. On a brighter note, I just received word from Captain Jackie. It would seem some Easterners are causing something of a stir. I suppose I should be grateful that someone still has need of my services. Anyhow, it would seem the Kami have led you here at a most opportune time. Would you care to accompany me? Of course. I thank you, my friend. Let us make for Rimsal Romensa and see what our friends at the Rogues Guild would ask of us. Rimsal Romensa. Ethernet. Need the Fisherman's Guild. In we go. Well, hold on, I gotta click gears over. Well, if it ain't the Dimber's Damber of 'em all. I trust you've been the keeper and your stabber sharpened. What with you and Oboro on the job, I reckon all will be bob before the Darkmans comes around. Here's where we stand. One of me little birds in the Kraken's arms came chirping to me a story about some Domans, who I reckon are breaking one code or another. Seems they, the Krakens that is, were out snilching the eastern seas when they grappled a vessel flying Garlean colours, as they're wont to do. But then came the rub. The crew claimed to be Doman, you see, and upon whittling their captor's identity, they changed tack, begging for asylum on Eorzean shores, and offering the entirety of their cargo in full in return for safe passage. Call him a Bene Cove or a fool, the Kraken captain took the self-styled Domans up on their offer, stolen the eastern treasures and the Easterners themselves away in the hold, and they set sail for Limsa. But after pulling into port, a funny thing happened. No sooner had the Krakens dropped anchor than the refugees put on their best beater cases and skulked off into the dead of Darkmans, leaving all their treasures behind. All the treasures save one. A scroll of sorts that had been hiding in a corner all inconspicuous-like. Carvalane reckons that these Doman refugees have played us for some rum fun, and they're off selling the scroll on the black markets for good blunt, even as we speak. I see. So you would have us recover the scroll in question and bring the thieving Domans to justice. I am honored to render what aid I can, yet I cannot help but wonder, just what could it be about this scroll to make it so valuable to my countrymen? Well, we'll be fort. Well, we're not going to whittle the scrap just sitting around here on our daddles, now are we? Let's snilch town and see what the common coves and morts have and haven't seen. Tyrion, why don't you go pay Itolwan a visit at the wench? If there's any rumors going around about any shifty Easterners, like as not, that Mort would know. You do remember what to order, aye? Of course a dimber-damber like yourself would. Good luck out there, and keep your wattles open. We'll be waiting for you in Bulwark Hall when you're through. Bouncing around between accents can be tricky. Now, if I'm just staying on an accent, it's not too bad, and I can keep on to it fairly well. But see, when you're bouncing back and forth between trying to do an Irish accent and an Asian accent, it gets really, really tricky to maintain whatever it is the fuck that you're doing. And that was specifically the fuck, not the feck. Because feck is an entirely different word. Feck is a very beautiful word. One that more should know about. Welcome to the Drowning Wench. What's your pleasure, sir? Fuck, I don't remember. I think it was weak ale. Ah, you must be here on business. Mayhaps I could offer you something from our underground menu. Now, what's your fancy? Guests from the east, you say? Why, yes, I do believe we had some visitors not long ago matching that description. They left shortly before you arrived. I make a habit of pricking my ears up to catch our patrons' every whisper, but the party in question required little such effort. Why, they were shouting of tales of riches and glory in a roar that could wake the dead. Said they were on their way to Wineport to make the transaction of a lifetime, though they weren't keen on going into detail. Just between us, I wouldn't be surprised if there was something less than savory about their business. Speaking of savory, can I interest you in our seafood stew? So our lads were headed to Wineport, eh? Bene work, Tyrion. Remind me to slip Itolwan some extra blunt next time we stop by the wench for libations. That said, something doesn't sit right with me. Cackling their plans for every drunkard and tavern wench to hear. I reckon our friends might be looking to amuse us if you would. It'll be my gist. Keep your eyes open and your stabbers sharp, mates. To Wineport we go. Well, there's a bleeding surprise. The code-breaking curs have already bit the blow and popped the twig with the caravan's worth of bingo in tow. Word is they were last seen beating a path for Bloodshore. What could they mean to... Wait a bleeding moment. What if the grog's not meant for selling, but keeping their throats wet on a long voyage? I reckon our lads are trying to smuggle the scroll home. There's no time to lose. Let's brush off our beater cases and make for Bloodshore all quick-like. Oboro and I'll snilch the north side. Tyrion, you take the south. We have to catch these curs before they slip from our daddles for good. Now I can fly no higher. Looks like they're going to be over here. That is one hell of a large crab. You just had to poke your nose in our business, eh? Guess you leave us no choice. To die? Sure. I'll make sure you die. Now to find the others. Not bad. Not bad at all. Close enough I can talk to him. That's because you came upon a couple of rough-looking coves. These coves came waving their stabbers in my face so long before I could edge in a word. I reckon 'twas the same for you. The scroll is nowhere to be seen, nor is anything resembling a ship. If I did not know better, I would say they were a simple group of ruffians enjoying their ill-gotten grog. The dim one sees, but does he truly see? No, these unfortunate men were but pawns in a grand scheme, as indispensable as the bottles that now litter the shore. Meanwhile, your true quarry has boarded a trader and sails for Kugane even as we speak, under the auspices of the East Aldenar Trading Company, no less. So cunning a scheme, I wish I'd thought of it myself. Or did I? How do you know all, bugger me? You're the cove from the House of Sticks. Karasu Redbeak. Childhood friends turned bitter enemies, then friends once more, reunited after far too long. Our hero returns and the audience swoons. Oh, what a joyous day. Or is it? I'll say this much, dim one. For once you've managed to surprise me. To think that the oh-so-serious Oboro would lie to his elders to avoid having to make the journey home, only to find he wasn't welcome to begin with. Oh, the irony of it all. Enough of your preening and prattling, Karasu. I want answers. How did you know we were here? Just what is your connection to the thieves we pursue? Ah, you mean the thieves who already eluded your clumsy grasp, just as I am about to do? I fear that is a story for another day. Bah! Ever the slippery bird. That one. That Dafrook's an acquaintance of yours. That's news to Jackie's Waddles. Meanwhile, Well, we've got our work cut out for us if we still want to grapple that scroll. Is there anywhere we can have a few wids, you know, secret like? Say no more, Captain Jackie. As luck would have it, our base of operations is but a short walk from these parts. Tyrion, pray join us at the storehouse. Do. Storehouse, Doc. But no. Okie dokie, smoky. Karasu Redbeak. Of all the places, I thought our search might lead us. Never in my wildest dreams did I think it would lead us to him. Come square with me, Oboro. Just who is this Karasu Cove? Can we trust him? Or is he like us not to stick his stabbers in our back the moment we turn a blind eye? No, I mean, yes. I mean, he's neither. Or both? Perhaps I should say, it's complicated. Judging from your reaction, it sure seems as much. Anyway, if our men have set sail for Hingashi, I reckon we've no choice but to do the same. I wasn't exactly preparing for a long voyage, but damned if I'll leave this job half done. That said, ashamed as I am to admit it, this is old Jackie's first journey to the Far East. I wouldn't know Kugane from a rum doxy's arse, and I don't know a rogue what can do his work without knowing the lay of the land. Worry not, Captain Jackie. I have travelled there on many an occasion to procure the tools of my trade from the finest Hingan artisans. It would be my pleasure to serve as your guide. Your presence would be most heartening as well, Tyrion. Kugane is a city where anything can happen, and there is no telling what dangers await us there. I'll agree with that, but mind you, Tyrion's a bright, busy cove. What say you do it this way? Obor and I will go on ahead, and we'll send for you once we've snitched out the place and worked out our next plan of action. A reasonable plan, Captain Jackie. In that case, Tyrion, pray check in at the storehouse from time to time. I will send word to Yomei when we require your services. In the meantime, may the Kami guide you in your training. Complete. At level 63. Yep. Next. Red Mage. Oh shit, I don't have to go very far at all. Tyrion, Arya. Well, there were lessons to be learned as I dragged you along on my quest for vengeance. This time I offered a more structured approach to your training. After long years, Alamigo finally has the chance to seize the reins of its destiny. But I will continue with my pilgrimage, even from beyond the borders of my homeland. There is still much I can contribute to its struggle. It was 2 decades ago that I joined the revolutionaries, though our motives were let me start that again. Though our motives were just, it was our actions that ultimately created a breach for the Empire to exploit. My time at the forefront of that stage has ended. To return to it now would only invite confusion and resentment. The revolution has since become the resistance, and the right to shape the future of Alamigo now rests in the hands of those who will live in the coming age. No, I shall play my part by nurturing a new generation of red mages. I made my mark as a crimson duelist, but you will not be bound by my oath. You are free to decide for yourselves how best to employ the skills that I teach you. Now, as for your studies, you are well aware of my proclivity for practical application. We must challenge you with a new frontier, a place where the strong gather in search of adventure. To Idleshire, my friends. To Idleshire. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. But that's something I need to do. I need to go and get a new one of these because this one is old. So before I can forget. She's cute. Handover journal. Yep, it's an old one. It's even a new one. Wrong game. H is not the mount button in this game. There we are. Young Arya has invested in her appearance, it would seem. Doesn't she look the part? Right, let's break in that new equipment. There's a hostile organization of goblins known as the Illuminati, making trouble for the people here in Idleshire. The most prominent threat to the populace seems to be the mechanical soldiers controlled by Illuminati aggressors. I say we do the locals a favor by using these clunking contraptions as combat practice. Sounds good to me. After your battle with Lambard, however, that may be all they amount to, especially for you, Tyrion. Your mastery of red magic is such now that I dare say you could handle a mechanical soldier or two on your own. As for you, Arya, your spells have raw power but lack refinement. I think I would prefer to have you training alongside a partner. I wish to try fighting alone. Please understand, before I began learning magic, I felt like I scarcely existed. But when I work to match you and Tyrion, when I see myself improving, that's when I feel the most alive. I want not more than to become a full-fledged red mage. I want to stand at your side and fight as your equal. Well, far be it from me to stop you. Mayhap the perfect way to conquer your difficulties with white magic is to be alone in a situation which offers you little recourse, but to rise above them. Both of you should head now towards the Architecton and find your own mechanical foes to overcome. I will be waiting for you here in the Maker's Quarter. I got no clue where the fuck I'm supposed to go, so I'll just take the closest entry to the area. Map is already open. Ah. That away. That might be something else. Yep, that's something else. That's okay, let's go ahead and click on it. Oh, you have to actually... Okay, that's just for you going in. Okay. I shouldn't have fucked with it. It was close enough. Got something on my tongue. Maybe it's on my teeth. There we are. Wait, hold on. Before I start that. Companion. That's what I thought. Am I out of the things? It looks like I might be. It looks like I am. Fuck. Alright, I'll have to get more. The things that you feed them so that they can gain above 10. You have to give them one for each rank that they can start taking. Me? Nope. Not getting targeted by that. Oop. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, wait. Shit. Ah, I've come to recognize that confident step. Well done, Tyrion. Did you happen to spot Arya on your travels? Unless I have sorely overestimated her abilities, I would have expected her to arrive not long after you. Arya did seem intent on proving herself. Pray forgive the tortured metaphor, but I have a feeling she may have sliced off more than she could fry. Come, let us seek out our young mage, and render aid if need be. Tyrion, I did it. I won. Tyrion, there you are. Is Arya unharmed? My, that is a fair gathering of goblins. From the looks of it, defeating this lot took almost everything she had. Can you walk, my friend? I've never seen you so... Give them to me. Your energies, your souls, I must feed. Her hair, she's become like Lambard. Stop this, Arya. 'Tis no use, the hunger has taken over. We'll have to knock her senseless. I suggest we take her back to Idleshire and let her rest at Rowena's establishment. I only hope she'll be more amenable to discussion when she awakes. Right? Idleshire. Idleshire. Oh yeah, can't fly in here. What happened? Did I truly attack you? Yep, you did. It's okay. Gods, why would I do such a thing? I remember defeating that contraption. I remember falling to my knees, exhausted from spellcasting. I remember my thoughts fading away as a roar in my head grew louder and louder, and then... nothing. I don't understand what possessed me. Never would I draw my blade on you or Sharoon. This was poor judgment on my part. I should not have tested you so harshly. Listen to me carefully now, Arya. I have seen how battle can exhaust you, but I failed to understand what grim truth such exhaustion presaged. In the moment you say a roaring drowned out your thoughts, the color of your hair changed quite distinctly. We witnessed a similar transformation in Lambard ere he began to feed upon living ether. Lambard was able to employ magics of incredible power, but it left him hungering for life force. I believe what you experienced was a surrender to that very same hunger. It cannot be. My erstwhile colleague described how he enacted a change in his physical being. While I suppose it is possible such a ritual is performed upon you as well, he mentioned the process requiring many years. You have many more questions, I am sure, but for now you must rest. If this hunger takes hold when your ether is exhausted, then it is even more important that you recuperate from your exertions. And Arya, do not despair that you have lost yourself. After all, you are in perfect control now, are you not? I am. Thank you, Sharoon. Tyrion, we will seek the cure to Arya's condition. Though I have little knowledge of such forbidden arts, I am confident that a determined expedition will yield the answers we require. Prepare yourself for another journey. Yes, I know, level 63. And Gunbreaker. Does not have one. Okay. Which is kind of a shame. Alright. Baxter Dragoon. Skeleport. Rogger's Reach. This tunnel will take us all the way to the peaks. We're on a mission for Conrad de Alagana. Clear the barricade if you would. Aye, sir. Shouldn't take more than a moment. There are more villages out there than out here, but also more Imperials keeping a close eye on things. We'll need to tread carefully. Hold on, I got one quest needs turned in over here. You didn't have to take part in the operation, but you did. You went above and beyond what was asked of you, without hesitation, and for that we owe you a debt. Our victory may not count for much in practical terms, but its symbolic value can't be overstated. Alliance and Resistance fighters came together to face an Imperial unit equipped with Garlemald's newest weapons, and smashed them. The people will remember this day. Aye, that they will. For it marks the beginning of something far greater than any single victory, the beginning of a campaign by a united Eorzea to drive the Garleans from our lands. Promises and platitudes mean naught without action, but the Alliance took the field and risked their lives for our cause. Ha! To think that the last time Gridanian troops trod this soil was more than a century ago during the Autumn War, and that was to defend against our invasion. Ours is a long and bloody history, to be sure, and it gives me heart to see that despite our acrimonious past, we can still come together for the sake of the future. Well said, Commander, which is why I intend to go from village to village and spread word of our victory and new alliance. The people will flock to our banners, just you wait and see. Tyrion, Alize, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. Let's see. Yeah, but I was better. That was kind of crap. Guess I'm taking the material. Whee!
I remember the peaks of Girabania, silent watchmen that would stand long after we were gone. We came seeking allies to join us in the fight against the Empire. People who had had enough. People who had suffered every possible indignity. Who had been treated like animals, day after day after day.
Suppose I should actually probably, since this is all still level 60 stuff, I should probably do Ninja. That way Ninja can gain some XP. We have a glamour in place here too, as you may have noticed. So far as the Imperials are concerned, this is not more than a testament to the savage impulses of a lesser race. Remember though, once we leave these ruins, we'll have no glamours to conceal us. The village is to the east. Keep watch for patrols as we move. Let's see. Nary an Imperial in sight. That's a mercy. Alagana's due east, past that bridge. Follow me. It's not much further. You can rest easy. We made it. This is Alagana. Feels strange coming home like this. I always imagined it would be... Oh, sorry. That has nothing to do with why we're here. We need recruits. Aye, we do. But as I said back at the Reach, it's a little more complicated than just asking for volunteers these days. As you know, we're short-handed because many of our people were taken in by the Griffin's promises and went to the wall, never to return. It wasn't just them, though. Folks from all over, including some of my former comrades, answered his call to arms. As for why we came to this particular village, it's rumored that Alagana lost a few youths as well. If there's truth to that, then there could be others sympathetic to the cause. Then again, after the Griffin's betrayal, they may be suspicious of outsiders claiming allegiance to the Resistance, and rightfully so. So with all that in mind, how are we supposed to convince them to join us? I mean, I knew it wouldn't be as simple as giving a speech in the village square. Not if you don't want the place to be burned to the ground, no. You might as well piss into Viceroy's eye. We'll need to be a good deal more circumspect than that. You never know when an Imperial spy is listening. We must speak with the Elder first. I know for a fact he can be trusted. We'll listen to what he has to say and decide what to do after. Sounds like a plan. Let's hope there are still some brave men and women here willing to fight. Ragnfrid is the elder of the village. Ragnfrid, the elder of the village, is over by the shore. No time like the present. Let's have a word. Don't know you, traveler. You a merchant? Will not find much custom here. Greetings and well met, Elder, and sincerest apologies that I did not send word of our arrival. Too long have I been away from Alagana, and I know of your recent troubles. Ah, you are the comrades of Mefred. I see, I see. Speak on, though I suspect I know your purpose. The Griffin came with many men and left with many more. Such is the rumor. Is it true? He lit a fire in their hearts and then dangled a dream before their tired eyes. And now you come to steal away what few remain. The Griffin was a traitor and a madman, and we had no part in his schemes. We have made an agreement with the Alliance. This time it will be different. This time, cold comfort to the dead and the ones they left behind. How much more must we give before you've had your fill? But surely you hate the Empire as much as we do. They took our lands, our traditions, even our God, and they demand a fifth of what little we've got left. I hate the bastards with every fiber of my being. But hate's not enough, Mefred. We can't keep doing this. I'll not tell anyone you came, but you need to go. Now. Leave us be and never return. You've got no right to speak to us like that. I've got a quarry that was producing barely enough to keep us fed, and that was before half our young men and women went off to die for your bloody cause. So yes, I've got every right to tell you to leave my village. No, you don't. Because it's my village too. My home. What in the hells are you on about? Wait. I know those eyes. You're one of Curtis's girls. Lise Hext. And I'm here. I'm here to take back my homeland. By Ralger. Last time I saw you, you were... I didn't even know if you were still alive. I never thought you would come. I almost didn't, and my sister never will. Lots of others won't either, and that's why we've got to carry on the fight. You even sound like him. As you say, I've got no right to tell you to leave. Alagana is as much your home as it is mine. But I say to you again, we can give no more. Yes, I heard you the first time. Let's go. That could have been handled better, but what's done is done. At least we've been granted permission to stay. I was hoping Ragnfrid might help us to recruit some of his people, but that clearly isn't going to happen. If we're to convince any of them to join, we'll first need to regain their trust. It's risky. The heck is that? Time-worn artifact. It's risky and it's hardly subtle, but I say we approach the villagers directly, see what problems they've got, and if we can, do anything to help. Makes sense to me? Let's split up and ask around. Alright, one moment. A new face in Alagana. Huh. What would you ask of me, then? A stranger and a generous soul besides? Bollocks. There's not more suspicious than a good Samaritan. On the other hand, if you were an Imperial agent, I expect you'd go about your business with more discretion. Bugger me, you really are here to help, aren't you? Very well, I'll take you up on your offer, stranger. Little brother's working the rocks by Grim and Enid. He's got something for me. Can you go and get it? Right then. Frightened Curl is his name. Ask him for the leftovers. He ought to understand.
You'd best keep your distance if you know what's good for you. Say your piece and move on. Looking for folks down on their luck. Congratulations, you found one. As you can see, my leg ain't what it used to be. Some days I can hardly walk for the pain. Mornings are the worst, especially after cold nights. Hard labor's right out. Too much pain and trouble for others. There's a tea what helps with it, though. I'd need to grind a chapuli horn and a hornbill talon for the blend. Leave that to me. Eh? You'll go and get some for me? Just like that? You needn't trouble yourself so. I don't mind. 'Cause what I'm here to do is help. Whee! Whee! Chapuli! What am... Damn it. Got the chapuli. Which is a gigantic fucking grasshopper. Like, seriously, that is a grasshopper the size of a fucking Volvo. Oh, cute. Damn. Dude's brother is way the fuck out here.
Here for the leftovers, are you? Not like my brother to send someone in his stead, but so be it. It's all in the sacks over yonder. They're bleeding heavy, mind, so be careful when you pick them up. Oops, not the button I meant to hit. That's the one. I have some steep ass fucking stairs. Somewhere just directly below me here. Ah, here we are. I'm not going to be getting to that one anytime soon. Kind of figured I'd be fighting one of these as a usable exit. Maybe sneak up behind it and stab. bitches. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to complete this one in time, but I'm going to try, and I'll at least get some XP from it. Well, he's got some XP for him. You've been gone a while. What brings you back to Alagana? Delivery. Oh, I never meant to. I mean, in times like these, you never think people will actually... This country's hard on people, but it's not just that. The Imperials, they've made it known I'm not to be helped. Dead man's good for one less, you know. Whereas a live one... You're with the Resistance, right? I suppose there's no reason not to tell you then. My father, God rest his soul, was deathly sick at the time, and so I'd gone out into the forest, spear in hand, to gather herbs. And then I had the good fortune to run into an Imperial patrol. My weapon marked me as a rebel, or so they said. Not that it it'd have made a difference if I'd fought back. I knew what a lot of them were about the moment that Centurion laid eyes on me. Didn't matter in the end, of course. Some people just like to hurt others, and by the time I limped back to the hut, it was too late for my father. Too late for me, too. I, and many others, I imagine. Help them, too, if you like. They'll be grateful and say thank you. But beyond that, I wouldn't hope for much. Hey, big angry guy. Ah, the new face. You have my leftovers? You load 10 and 6 tons, and what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. I got heavy bags for you. Huh, well, I'll be. You actually went and brought the whole lot. Much obliged, much obliged. It's saltpeter for making fire sand, in case you're curious what it's all for. The rocks by the lakes have got good deposits. Tain't hard for my brother to pass for any other plodding quarryman, all the while sweeping bits and pieces off to the side to bundle up and sell to the settlers what trade with the resistance. It's a living, and a way of fighting back besides. Our way of spitting in the Garlean's eye for putting our father in an imperial uniform and shipping him off to some faraway province 15 years ago. Don't know if he's dead or alive even, though if he were alive, he'd not be long for this world if we were caught fighting for the resistance. So this is the best we can do. That's the long and short of it. We do what we can, though we know it's not enough. I think you'll find that most folks here ain't much different. Everybody's got a reason, but in the end, the result is the same. I suppose I just wanted you to know is all, that we know why you're here, and that even if we can't join you, we wish we could. Fair. Totally fair. I don't think I... Oh, I did. Okay. $255. So I can get something better for casters. Ah, there you are, Tyrion. I've been trying to help the villagers deal with this food shortage of theirs. Recently, the Imperials have been swooping into villages unannounced and seizing supplies in order to prevent the people from stockpiling, in case they might be in league with the Resistance. Because of course they do. It's not much, but I've taught them a few tricks to better hide what little they've got left. How's Lise getting on, by the way? You'd think people would be more inclined to trust a local girl, assuming they remember her, that is. Yeah, assuming they remember. No, I didn't mean to. And where were you these past 20 years? Where were you when we were being ground under the Black Wolf's boot? On the other side of his bastard wall, living the high life, I'll wager. That's not fair. Oh, and who's this? Another one of your freedom-loving friends deigning to help us poor unfortunate souls? Trying to whip us into a frenzy so we'll go and storm a castrum with our pickaxes and shovels? Leave all you before you bring a cohort down on... Leave, all of you, before you bring a cohort down on us all. And you, don't you dare speak like you're one of us. You can't even begin to understand what we've been through. You weren't here, Lise. You weren't here. This is my home, and I love it with all my heart. And if you truly have any love for it too, you'll keep us out of your doomed rebellion.
He has a point. No matter what I say or do, it doesn't change the fact I left them behind. But this isn't about me or anyone else. It's about Alamigo. Let's go and find Mefrid. Looks like the Elder wasn't the only one unwilling to hear us out. Can't blame them given what happened at the wall. I thought I might be able to appeal to them as a fellow. I don't know. But if anything, it just made them angrier. I haven't lived through it like they have. I can't claim to know the struggle like they do either, Lise. I ran too, but if I hadn't, I'd have never met Tyrion or the rest of you, and we might not be here today in a position to make a difference. So I don't regret my choices, nor will I apologize for them. There's more than one way to fight. Help! Someone! Anyone! We need help! I don't like the sound of that one bit. Come on. We're Karada. He... the Tributum, and the bloody Ratmen. They... Damn it all! You there, take a deep breath and tell us what happened. It was all business as usual. The Tributum's due soon, and we were taking it to the Imperials when the Kikern attacked. They took my brother and our money. Took him where? Ruins to the south of here. Was just an old temple before they came, and listen, Warkrata's the only family I got left. If I lose him, The Ziggurat? The Ratmen took him there? He's as good as dead. We've got to get after them. If there's even a chance your brother is still alive, we have to try. Yep, indeed. You're right, Lise. We've got to help them. If not for the missing man, then for the Tributum. The Garleans won't suffer excuses if they're late. So Warkrata's being held somewhere at the Ziggurat to the south, which has been taken over by a host of Kikern bandits. That about covers it then. Be prepared for a fight. They may not be the most challenging foes, but there's sure to be a lot of them. Please, let me go. I'm begging you. I don't want to die. Hear that? I think it came from the top of the ziggurat. Who dares come to loot our man flesh? Ours to eat! Ours to eat! We knew he'd come to this. Kill them quick before they alert the others. Nah. Roger, what did I ever do to deserve this? I've gone to bed hungry for months. I'm skin and bones. I'd hardly make a snack, much less a meal. They're dead. It's okay. Oh, you found him. Wait, are you here to rescue me? Your sister sent us. It's going to be all right. My sister? Oh, Rhalgr be praised, she's safe. And you lot fought your way in here just for me? To think there are still good brave folk in this world. We should go before the Kikern return in force. Do you still have the tributum? Oh god, the tributum. The Imperials will be wondering where I am. I have to go. What? Right now? In your condition? Damn it. You don't understand. If we were given a warning last month for being short. If I don't make it in time, there's no telling what will happen to me and my sister. I'm glad we saved him, but seeing him run off like that, I've got a bad feeling about this. Listen, Tyrion, Mefrit, I think we need to go after Werkrata. Wait, you'd better not be thinking of stopping him. You heard what he said. If they don't pay one way, they'll pay another. I know that. I do. And I don't want to interfere. I just want to see that he makes it there safely. If that's the sum of it, then fine. Let's head down and see if we can't pick up this trail. The fun thing is, as long as you are not in combat, you can fall from any height and not die. You'll only have one hit point, but you won't die.
Withered flowers. Upon closer inspection, you find nothing of interest. Well, at least the one left me alone. Soiled sack. Nothing of interest. Rotting vegetables. Chocobo feather. That's interest. And there you spy chocobo feather. Any luck? I found a feather. A chocobo feather, is it? Alright, by my reckoning it came from where Kratos-burg, in which case, there's a collapsed bridge just around the bend. Hug the rocks and stick to the shadows. We'll find them soon enough. Any minute now, I expect he'll come thundering around the bend, and hear that? Get to cover quickly now. Her.
Are they Imperials?
Worse. Skulls. Listen, Lise. Whatever happens, stay hidden and do not intervene. Understood?
What?
You there! Halt! You know you shouldn't be here. Explain yourself.
Forgive me, sir. I came to deliver the tributum.
Oh, aye. A likely story. Only a fool would dare to come so late. Or, mayhap, a resistance spy.
No! No, you've got it all wrong. I was waylaid by bandits. It's not my fault.
I said halt!
Is this a joke? You don't seriously expect us to believe this is a fake? How stupid do you think we are?
It is, I swear, on my mother's life.
Spare us. You came late, you lied about bandits, and then you tried to cheat the Empire of its due.
Think you can kill them all? Including the ones watching from the tower? Even if you did, others would come for him and his family. You'd be condemning them all to a life of hard labor. Assuming they didn't just execute them, that is.
But it isn't fair.
It's your bloody fault we're stuck out here patrolling this godforsaken wasteland. It's your fault I have to listen to people go on and on about how shenanigans can't be trusted. I've worked and toiled harder than any man. I'm a citizen, goddammit. And what are you? A stupid, stubborn little dog who'd sooner bite the hand that feeds him and pine for the good old days.
That's enough!
Lord Xenos is expecting our report.
I bet the poor bastard can't believe his luck. He gets to go home. We should do the same.
I'd heard their commander was keen-eyed, but gods, that was a near thing. It tears me up inside to see our own kinsmen doing the bidding of the Viceroy, but they made their choice, and if it comes to it, I'll cut down every last one of them myself. Level up. Alright, 61, 61, 61, alright. Dragoon is 62, everyone else is 61. Let's see, Gunbreaker will be going into the level 61 dungeon. I guess I shall stick with Ninja for now. Red Mage, 255. Which we've got, okay. So for the next one, I'll just be taking the materia. Recrata's alive and the tributum's been paid. That's all that matters for now. I, for one, would rather not wait around to see if the skulls decide to return. We'd best get back to Alagana and tell Ragnfrid his man got the job done. Oops. We owe you a debt of gratitude for what you did. Workarada told me everything. How you fought with the Kukern and saved his life. For all the good it did. We saw what happened when he met with the skulls, how they beat him half to death. We could have stopped them. I reckon you could. Mifrid's a warrior, as is your comrade. And you're strong like your father, that much is plain. But I thank Ralger you did not, because it would not have ended with them. Where Karada and his sister would have been branded insurgents, if not the whole lot of us. Bones heal, scars fade, but the dead remain dead. We're alive, and that's more than can be said for only the gods know how many others. That's enough for you, is it? To put up with whatever they do to you, so long as you get to see another day? That's right. You grit your teeth and you learn to live with the pain. I'm sorry I got messaged. I'll admit I was quick to judge you, Lise, and for that I apologize. I know you and yours mean well, I do, but I'm telling you, God's in the heavens as my witness, that we've got nothing left to give. We can't help you. I understand. Thank you for your honesty. Wow, that was sent yesterday. Just now arrived. No, that's not it. I swear my phone is crap. Aw. My sister Ashley texted me, hey, just wanted to say happy early birthday. I love you and miss you. Still a couple weeks, or a week out, but cool. Oh, God bless. Fucking damn it, phone. Alright. She may say it, but she doesn't mean it, nor would I expect her to. Her father was stubborn as an ox, too. She's set on walking the same path. I but pray she won't follow it to the same end. Well, she took it better than I anticipated, which isn't saying much, I suppose. We should go and see if she's alright. Sorry about running off like that. Alamegans terrorizing their own? I just can't accept it, you know? No matter what he thinks, they shouldn't have to put up with it, day after day after day. I'm not completely naive, you know? I didn't expect them to storm a castrum with their pickaxes and shovels, or whatever it was. But nor did I expect Karada to just lie there in the dirt while they kicked him. I can't claim to know their pain. I barely remember this place or even my father's face. But I remember Ida's. I remember how scared she was when we ran, and that look in her eyes when she talked about home. Her home, but not mine, is it? There you are, Lise. I've been looking all over for you. Well, you found me. Got something else to say? Aye, that I do. I said some things to you before that I shouldn't have. It wasn't my place to do so, and I'm sorry. All that rubbish I spouted about how I loved my village, but when one of ours was in need, I was cowering here with all the others. I didn't even think to go out to work, Rada, but you did. Made me feel like the bloody hypocrite I am. If I truly cared for my people, I'd fight for them. So I will, if you'll have me. You're asking to join the resistance? When you put it like that, I suppose I am. But not just me, there are others I know who've been thinking about it for a while now. There's not many of us, and we're not hardened warriors like you lot, but if your heart bleeds for Al Amigo, then that's good enough for me. You and yours are more than welcome at Ralger's Reach. Thank you, sir. You won't regret this. I'll go and speak with the others and send word when we're ready. Still think this isn't your home? No, I was just thinking out loud. And with that, my friends, our mission is concluded. Let us return to the Reach. remember how the fuck we got through the ruins. Ah, right there. First of all, allow me to commend you both on a job well done. Though nothing went according to plan, we nevertheless managed to attract some new recruits, and it was your passion and conviction that moved them to join. Thank you. No, thank you for giving me an opportunity to find out what our people have been through these past 20 years. It's been humbling. And troubling too. I'd heard about the skulls, but that was the first time I'd seen them in the flesh. I know you say they're the same as any other Imperial soldiers, and maybe that's how I'll have to think of them myself if our paths ever cross on the battlefield, but when, not if, that day will come, Lise. You can't afford to hesitate when it does. Young, old, conscript, citizen, Garlean, Alamegan, none of that matters. They've all got their reasons, but they're no better than yours, especially when they're bearing down on you, blade in hand. Saying that, I don't want to kill them any more than you do. If I could convince them to lay down their arms, I would. Sadly, I've never been much of a talker myself, but who knows, maybe you could be one, Lise. Your father certainly was. Right then. I'd best begin preparing for these new recruits. Tyrion, Lise, it's been a pleasure. Let's see. That's right. I've got that one already. So there we go. Let's see. Earrings. No earring is going to be better than what I have. Owing to the efforts of you all, we have accomplished a great deal in a short time. The Resistance thanks you for your service, Scions. I see operations have been proceeding apace in my absence. Welcome back, brother dearest. I take it your efforts to gather new recruits were successful? Indeed. There were several amongst Scion's ranks that were eager to take part in our joint endeavor with the Resistance, whom I am come to present. Sorry. Something was bugging me on my gums. Commander Kemp, if I may. My name is Arenvald Lintinus, a half-breed, as you can doubtless tell. I'm here to fight for a free Alamigo, for an Alamigo where women like my mother are never made to suffer. I pray you grant me this honor. You're a true-born son of Garabania, same as me. This is not my honor to grant, but yours to freely take. Welcome, brother. With our swelling ranks and the aid of the Eorzean Alliance and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, I believe we will soon be in a position to seize the initiative. Once our new recruits have received sufficient training, I will propose to General Alden that we draw up plans for an assault on Castellum Velladina. Then in the meantime, we will make what preparations we can. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Alamigo. beyond majestic mountains, across the emerald dale, on Mars the ivory standard, united we prevail. Distant shores of Iceland to lakes of Ardennes. That motherfucker. God, forever guiding star.
Alliance forces have occupied Castrum Orients and taken up positions along the length of the wall. Our patrols have engaged their reconnaissance parties on site, but there have been no significant exchanges, save one. A unit tasked with field testing prototype Magitech weapons was attacked. The weapons were destroyed, with the unit sustaining near total casualties.
Near total? Go on.
My lord, there was but a single survivor from the unit in question, which falls under my command. According to his report, they were ambushed by a contingent of Eorzean Alliance regulars, abetted by resistance insurgents.
A simple ambush and only one survivor. A fine day's work. The stubbornness to survive is not without worth. He may live. However, the 12th is no place for the weak.
He shall be relegated at once, my lord. As you say, the 12th is no place for cowards who count their lives more precious than the cause.
Indeed, indeed. We have no need of cowards.
My lord,
Cowards who defer critical missions to their subordinates, who hide within their castra, never meeting their prey in battle, never staring into the whites of their eyes. Why, when confronted with a heretofore unknown icon, did we surrender the wall to the Alliance? Because my honored father, in his infinite wisdom, has not seen fit to grant us leave to march on their lands. Accordingly, we have extended an invitation to our neighbors. Gir Abania is where we shall host them. The field upon which we shall enjoy the sport of kings. Patience is paramount. Cornered animals may have spirit, but they are ultimately predictable and very poor sport. But if one dangles the promise of freedom before them while nipping at their heels to stoke their passion, then things become interesting. It is a delicate dance, one which asks much of my hounds. And so I put the question to you, my fellow huntsman. How shall we deal with these savages?
My lord, I have a proposal.
Silence, Alamegan! You do forget yourself! Only by the grace of Lord Van Baelsar were you afforded a place here, and that in name alone. We have no need of your proposals, savage.
This savage yearns to hunt her own. The floor is yours, Commander.
Thank you, my lord.
Right then, I've got duties to attend to. Mayhap we could assist you with said duties. We are here to help, after all. The three of you have been busy, so I will understand if you require time to rest. If not, however, it would seem sensible to assist our allies with their preparations. We'd be grateful for any and all help you can offer. If you ask around, I guarantee you won't want for work. Just a moment. I'm going to go around and pick up these quests, and then I think I'm actually going to call it. I beg your pardon. The man who bested Gaius Van Baelsar wishes to offer me his assistance. I say this is highly irregular, though I have heard it said you had a penchant for aiding the common man, in which case, before the occupation I was a humble historian. While my duties leave me scarce time for aught else, I think it important that these momentous events be recorded for the benefit of future generations. Primary sources are indispensable, and I had a mind to question a number of my fellow freedom fighters, ask them their motivations for taking up this cause, and so forth. You may take down their statements in this log, and Tyrion, thank you for your service, now and ever after. I was just a cook before all this. Simple fare, really. Had a chance to lend a hand and help feed some refugees one day. I took a liking to the fighters. They believed, you know? And there's always a need for cooks, or at least people who can work with whatever the foraging parties turn up. You want to help, do you? Seeing as how I'm in no position to leave the stew pot unattended, could you go and ask Tebbe for a variety of herbs? 6 sprigs or so of whatever he's got on hand should suffice. It's not as haphazard as it may seem. Depending on the recipe, it doesn't really matter what sort you add as long as you add something. I'll be here when you get back. Hello, Squeak. You look like a strider in search of comrades in need. If so, I have a task for you. I am a trainer, and I was told to expect new recruits this eve, yet nary a one has come. Perhaps they were given the wrong time or location. I do not know. They number 5 in all, these would-be warriors. Send them unto me, should you chance to find them. Why? Why indeed, to save lives perhaps, or to make amends for the ones I couldn't. My father and my brothers were worked to death while building a castrum. What did it matter to the Garleans, eh? More where that lot came from after that. I couldn't keep on doing nothing. I know, I'm late, but I had to say a prayer for my sister first. After what the Imperials did to her, death was a mercy. Fair. Aren't you the Icon Slayer? Damned if I know why you'd bother asking someone like me why I joined the Resistance, but it's simple. If I wasn't fighting for All Amigo, I'd be fighting for the Empire. You're either with them or not, and if you're with them, you may as well make the most of it. Food, training, citizenship, if you live long enough. You'll die stealing someone else's land, like as not, but that's the choice. But me, I'd rather die here. Do. Oh, hey. Hadn't realized that there were shards. Herbs, is it?
6 sprigs of whatever's on hand? Afraid I can't spare that much. You'll take 2 and be glad of it. The remainder you'll have to gather yourself. Shouldn't be too much of a bother, though. You'd be surprised what you can find growing underfoot, even in the Reach. Oh, bugger, you were sent by the snake, weren't you? I heard 1 in 4 recruits doesn't live through their training. That can't be true, right? Oh, bugger, oh, bugger. Checking shit. Of course, there's gotta be one way the fuck out here. Why did I join the Resistance? Well, if you must know, it was to avenge a friend the Imperials butchered before my very eyes back in Alamigo. We owned a stall in the markets, and a passing soldier snatched up a piece of fruit. He spoke out before I could stop him, only to get a fulm of steel in the gut for his troubles. I found my way here, and that was that. Well met, Tyrion. Have you spoke with the freedom fighters as I asked? As fascinating as they are varied, you have a knack for convincing others to bare their hearts to you. I could not have done better myself. Many years from now, when these tempestuous times pass into memory, their accounts will serve as a window into the struggle. We must never forget, my friend. Never. Agreed. The teacher calls for me? I see. We were discussing strategies for disabling Magitech armor, you see, and... Ah, yes, of course. There's no time. If you would excuse me. Yeah. Didn't mean to click out. Ah, 1,000 pardons. So preoccupied was I by the question of whether Alamigo should be a monarchy or a republic that I neglected to attend my training. How silly, I know. Until we drive the Imperials from our lands, the question is moot. Huh? Training? Gah, I was so busy practicing to impress the others that I completely forgot. Thank you. If I remember right, you have to jump from above to be able to get to this one. Damn it. That totally did not fucking work how it was supposed to. Damn. That was more of what I was trying to do, but totally did not succeed, as you saw. Damn it. That was closer. I doubt that I'll make it from here. Yeah. I don't remember where precisely you're supposed to jump from to get it. I have gotten that before on my main. All recruits are present and accounted for. My thanks to you, Strider. Not all appreciate the rigor with which I train my recruits. Some favor a gentler approach, as if the Imperials will be so kind. 'Tis a thankless job to teach, some say, but I say their survival is thanks enough. Fare you well. Oh, right. Ah, there you are. Got those herbs I asked for? Thanks, that'll do nicely. And sorry to impose upon you, sir. Thought you were another new recruit. Didn't realize until after that you were, But to answer the question that's probably on your mind, yes, it's always like this. Never enough food or supplies to go around. All the more reason to be grateful when our countrymen can spare some for the case, or for the cause. Though that comes at a cost too. Too many villages, too many children, more deserving than us. But a man can't fight on an empty stomach, can he? So we partake as we must, and we never lose sight of the dream. Yep. That is one of the most important things to remember, is your people cannot fight on an empty stomach. And fighting, I swear, there is nothing that'll burn calories like fighting. Damn it all, where could it have got to? Oh, pardon me, fellow lover of freedom and justice. You haven't seen a ward of the Destroyer anywhere, have you? Maybe on the ground, as if a certain bloody fool had dropped it? Aye, I'd be him. I had it this morning, that much I know for certain, and I've not left the reach since, so it's got to be around here somewhere. If you've got a moment to spare, would you be willing to help me search? I spent some time near the Temple of the Fist earlier, so it might be there. As for me, I'll look around near the Officer's Pavilion. They're hardly rare, I know, and I could just as easily buy another, but even so, please help me find it. Swear I searched high and low, but it just won't turn up. A paper ward inscribed with a prayer to the patron deity of Alamigo, Ralgar. 7 hells, that's the one. That's my lucky ward. You're a godsend, brother. Before I was born, my mother made a pilgrimage to the Temple of the Fist, where she, like many others, received the blessings of the monks. And then Theodoric came and burned it all to the ground, the mad bastard. And after him came the Garleans, who cared even less for our beliefs. But I still keep to the old ways, as do many others. And when my son is born, I'll teach him the stories in the scriptures my mother taught me. Good on you. And with that, another task is complete. Ah, Tyrion, I hear you have been keeping busy. Aye, that he has, and we thank him for it. It pleases me to inform you that our new recruits have completed their initial training and stand ready to contribute. As discussed, Monago, I would have you present my proposal for an assault on Castel and Belladina to General Alden personally. Of course, sir. Are you and yours planning to return to Castromorians before the operation? If so, why don't we travel together? That seems a fine suggestion, but I must consult my comrades ere we depart. Very well, I will wait for you at the pass, but not too long. I expect Kryl and Ishtola will wish to remain here to support the Caerurgians, but nevertheless, we should go and ask them.
Is aught amiss? I see. That would explain the sudden flurry of activity outside. This joint operation marks a turning point in our conflict with the Garleans. For the first time, the Resistance and the Alliance shall go on the offensive and attempt to capture an Imperial outpost in occupied territory. Personally, I believe it is imperative that we offer them our full support, as was the case with Ishgard. However, this is not a choice to be made lightly, nor less on others' behalves. This is war, and every Scion must decide what part he or she would play. I'll fight. For Alamigo, for my father, for Ida. I'm in it to the end. The choice was made for us ere we were born, brother, when the Empire marched on Eorzea. They will stop at nothing to subjugate or slaughter us all. Van Baelsar and Van Darnus were but the first to try. Though your fervor is surprising, I cannot dispute your logic. At the risk of repeating myself, I am, of course, of the same mind. The present situation is untenable, and further complicated by the existence of Ilburd's Primal. I believe we have no recourse but to directly and openly intervene. I thought this a foregone conclusion given our actions thus far, but if you require renewed affirmation, then yes, I am still wholly committed to this cause, for it is ultimately the selfsame cause I have served since first I pledged to serve Master Louis Sois in the Circle of Knowing, the salvation of Eorzea by any means necessary. That said, I shall refrain from taking the field on this occasion. There are many here who require further treatment, and doubtless more to come after. I came here from Infilia, and that hasn't changed. However, I'd like to stay with Ishtola for now and tend to the wounded. As for you, Tyrion, you are, to quote our dear friend Lord Edmont, the man who slew Gaius Van Baelsar and some half-dozen primals besides. Your presence may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Many look to you as a hero and heap great expectations upon your shoulders, but you, like every Scion, must decide for yourself. I'll fight. The Empire poses too great a threat. Indeed, as you have doubtless seen during your time in the outlying villages, their so-called meritocracy is but a pretext to torture and enslave their lesser subjects. Such is the fate that awaits us all should their expansion continue unchecked. Take care, Ishtola, Kryal, and do not hesitate to contact us should you require assistance. Lise, I would ask that you remain here by Conrad's side. We should go, or Monago will leave without us. Might I persuade you to join us, Tyrion? Should you wish to give your decision further consideration, Castrum Oriens would seem an apt place to do it. You need not answer right away. I am sure I can convince Monago to wait a little longer. I feel like this is a duh response, so like, of course I'm fucking contributing. So you will be accompanying us. Full glad am I to hear it. All set? Excellent. Then let us be off. Then let you be off. Like I said, this is where I'm calling it. It's been about 4.5 hours, so yeah. All right.
So yeah, those of you who have not seen my streams, at the end of my streams, what I do is I support mental health awareness, and hand in hand with that comes suicide awareness and suicide prevention. So, there we go. So as you can see, got a screenshot here showing, you know, lines that you can call, text, website that you can pop onto, all that. There's plenty of friggin' options out there if you're needing some kind of help. So please, reach out. If you are going through some shit, please reach out. I guarantee you, there are plenty of individuals out there who would rather hear from you and be mildly annoyed than read your obituary the next day. Alright? As somebody who has mental health issues, depression being the biggest one. I was diagnosed major depressive disorder, was that 6 years ago now? Something like that. Ah, fuck, how time flies. I'm also really bad with time, so if you watched like one of my things 2 years ago and I said a date that does not match up to the same thing, don't get angry with me. I'm just really, really bad at time. But yeah, this shit's important to me, and being somebody who does have mental health issues, I do understand that when you are in the deepest, darkest parts of your own brain, trying to reach out for help feels like it's fucking impossible. It is the hardest damn thing to do. So, if you know somebody who is going through some shit, please reach out to them first, alright? Let them know you care, that you're thinking about them. Even if it's just, hey, I saw this meme and it made me think of you. Trust me, that alone means so much to somebody who is, you know, neck deep in the worst parts of their brain. So, alright? So yeah, all that being said, like I said, there's phone number, there's lines you can text. Simpler line that you can call or text is 988. If you don't want to call or text, you can pop on to the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline's website and you can direct message with somebody. There are options. Alright. Now, with this, as you can see, I've got some memes over here. It's something that I do is I share memes that either happen to be on topic or just for me feel important to kind of correlate between the two. So yeah, I have a mental illness equals generic, vulnerable, people judge you for it. My bloodline is cursed to fight unseen demons. Heroic, fairy tale-esque, too weird to be open for further questioning. You know, that's kind of a good point. So, my bloodline is cursed to fight unseen demons. Don't suffer in silence because no one wants to hear about your depression. I'd rather hear about your depression, anxiety, stress, etc. than hear about your death. I love you. Let's fight this shit. Seriously. I'd rather hear about it. I would rather hear about whatever mental health issue before, having to hear about your death. Please continue to fight. A little reminder, you are allowed to talk about what they did to you and how it hurt you. It does not matter how they feel about you talking about it, because if they wanted people to think better of them, they should have been better. This. Period. End of fucking story. That. Alright? So, if you've got some kind of mental health issue because of shit somebody did to you, fucking speak out about it. Alright? all that being said, that is it for today's stream. So thank you very much. Until next time, as always, peace. May the force be with you. Live long and prosper. Keep warm or cool as necessary. Hydrate and take care of yourselves. All right? We'll catch you next time.